Welcome to Moonlit Insomniac, where stories drift like whispers through the night. Tonight, let yourself wander into the silent temples of Angkor Wat at dusk, a place where stone and sky merge, where fireflies glow like tiny lanterns, and where each breath carries you closer to peace. As you listen, allow the gentle rhythm of the story to quiet your mind and soften your body, guiding you into the stillness where sleep finds you naturally. Chapter 1. Twilight on the Ancient Causeway. The last rays of sunlight drifted across the jungle canopy, brushing the ancient stones of Angkor Wat in a golden haze. The towers rose high above the trees like lotus buds carved in stone, their outlines blurred by the twilight. Birds that had been chattering all afternoon now grew quiet, their voices giving way to the whisper of insects beginning their nocturnal chorus. Along the wide moat that encircled the temple, the surface of the water turned to liquid copper, then slowly dimmed into shadow. Arun walked along the ancient causeway, his footsteps soft against the worn sandstone blocks. He had arrived here at the hour when day and night folded gently into one another, and it felt as if the air itself was holding its breath. The heat of the afternoon had eased, leaving behind a faint humidity, the kind that made every sound carry farther than expected. In that thickening silence, the rustle of leaves seemed like a murmur from another world. Arun was not a pilgrim in the traditional sense, yet he carried with him the kind of reverence one feels in the presence of something greater than themselves. The temples were not simply ruins to him. They were vessels of memory, guardians of whispers left by countless generations. He paused at the base of the bridge and looked up at the central tower, its peak still glowing faintly against the violet sky. Some said the tower mirrored Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain at the center of creation, and as he gazed at its silhouette, Arun thought of that myth, how gods and spirits had once walked freely between realms, and how perhaps, in places like this, the veil was still thin. The stones beneath his feet were worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, kings and monks, traders and dancers, villagers who once carried offerings of lotus flowers. He imagined them passing before him, shadows upon shadows, moving in the same rhythm, fading into the night. Somewhere beyond the outer gates, a soft bell chimed, the sound so distant it felt like it was carried on the breath of the earth. Crossing into the enclosure, Arun stepped into the vast courtyard. Darkness was settling, but the carvings on the gallery walls still caught glimmers of the fading light. Rows of apsaras, celestial dancers, stretched endlessly along the stone, their hands curved in gestures of eternal grace. The play of shadow made them appear to sway, as if they were preparing to step out of the wall and join the evening air. It was said that these dancers were not only decorations, but reminders of a deeper truth, that beauty itself was a form of devotion, and that every movement of the body could echo the dance of the cosmos. Arun slowed his pace, letting his fingers brush the cool surface of the carvings. The stone was rough, yet beneath it lingered a sense of softness, as if the dancers had absorbed centuries of touch. He thought of the stories the elders used to tell in his village, stories of apsaras descending into dreams, offering blessings of serenity to those who opened their hearts. Perhaps that was why he felt his own body loosen, his chest unburden as he walked beneath their watchful gaze. The corridor led him deeper into the temple, where shadows gathered like flowing cloth. The air was cooler here, scented faintly with incense that someone must have left earlier in the day. Its sweetness lingered, a trace of devotion hanging in the darkness. Arun breathed it in and felt as though he were inhaling the prayers of those who had come before him. Monks who had risen before dawn to chant, pilgrims who had whispered wishes for health, for love, for peace. At the center of the inner court, the great lotus-shaped tower rose into the night. Bats wheeled silently overhead, their wings flickering against the stars. Arun tilted his head back and let the sight fill him with stillness. The temples seemed to both rise from the earth and descend from the heavens, meeting in a perfect balance between worlds. He thought of how some villagers believed the temple had been built not only of stone, but of sound. Chants layered upon chants, syllables carved into vibration until they crystallized into form. If that were true, then every stone here carried not only weight, but song. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the rustle of leaves and the faint sound of water trickling somewhere in the darkness. Arun followed the sound until he came upon a small pool, its surface reflecting the last blush of twilight. The reflection trembled with each ripple, as though the temple itself was breathing through water. On its edges, lotus blossoms floated, their petals closed for the night. In their stillness, Arun felt a tender reminder. Everything rests, everything returns inward, and in that resting, the cycle of renewal begins. He lowered himself onto the edge of the stone ledge and let his legs dangle above the water. For a moment, he simply listened. The insects hummed, a steady drone like an endless mantra. Far away, perhaps beyond the walls, a drumbeat echoed faintly, part of some village ritual at dusk. The sound did not disturb the quiet. Instead, it deepened it, adding another layer to the evening's fabric. As night drew closer, Arun felt a curious awareness blooming within him. Not alertness, but the kind of soft clarity that comes just before sleep. His mind drifted between thought and dream. He remembered how, as a boy, his grandmother used to tell him that Angkor Wat was built to mirror the heavens. "If you walk slowly enough," she would whisper, "you may find yourself walking in both realms at once, this one and the one of light." Her words returned now like a thread woven into the silence. He rose and began to walk again, deeper into the temple. The stone corridors curved, leading him into chambers where faint starlight filtered through narrow windows. Each chamber seemed to breathe its own mood, one carrying the faint smell of jasmine from the outside gardens, another echoing softly as if filled with unseen voices. In the largest chamber, he stopped before a tall statue of Vishnu, its form bathed in shadow. Draped cloth hung around its shoulders, placed there by some unseen hand earlier in the day. Arun bowed slightly, not in formal ritual but in quiet acknowledgement. He felt no need for words. The presence of the statue seemed less like stone and more like a mirror, reflecting something within himself. In that moment, the boundary between the divine and the human dissolved into a quiet recognition. They were not separate. The silence in the chamber wrapped around him like a cloak, soothing and expansive. As he left the chamber, the night was fully upon the temple. The stars glimmered above the spires, their light mingling with the faint glow of fireflies drifting through the courtyards. The fireflies seemed to echo the apsaras, small, luminous dancers moving through the dark. Arun followed their flicker until he reached the edge of the gallery where the jungle spread out like an ocean of blackness. Somewhere out there, a nightbird called, low and haunting. He stood there for a long time, breathing in the night. The temples no longer felt like stone structures. They felt like a dream, a place between waking and sleeping, where time moved differently. Arun let himself sink into that rhythm, every breath slower, every thought softer, until he was no longer certain whether he was walking through the temple or whether the temple itself was walking through him. And as the night deepened, he knew this was only the beginning of his journey. A journey not measured in footsteps or distance, but in the quiet unfolding of presence, where each moment revealed a deeper layer of silence, and each silence revealed a doorway to peace. Chapter 2. Whispers in Stone. The night deepened, wrapping Angkor Wat in a velvet quiet, yet the silence was not empty. It was layered, alive like a great fabric woven of countless threads. Arun moved slowly along the gallery, his footsteps a muted rhythm against the sandstone. The moon had risen high, its pale light spilling through narrow windows and across the carvings, painting the apsaras in shifting silver. Their serene faces, once softened by dusk, now seemed etched with deeper mystery. Each dancer held her gesture as though frozen in the middle of a song no longer heard, and yet Arun felt certain that if he were to listen closely enough, he might catch its echo in the night air. He paused, letting his hand drift once more across the wall. The stone was cool, yet as his palm rested there, a faint vibration hummed beneath it, like the resonance of a gong long after it has been struck. Perhaps it was only his imagination, or perhaps, as the villagers often said, the temple itself carried the voices of those who had prayed here for centuries. The more he listened, the more the silence seemed to unfold into subtle tones, low and endless, like the heartbeat of the earth. Turning into another corridor, Arun found himself before a staircase leading upward. Its steps were steep, their edges worn by countless pilgrims. He placed his foot upon the first stone and felt a slight tremor in his chest, as if each step would draw him closer to a realm not entirely of this world. Slowly he climbed, his breath deep and steady, until he emerged upon a terrace overlooking the central courtyard. From here the view was vast. The great lotus-shaped tower rose above him, dark against the silver sky. Around it the smaller towers framed the heavens, their silhouettes reminding him of outstretched hands. Beyond the temple walls, the jungle was a sea of blackness, punctuated by the cries of night creatures. A wind moved through the trees, carrying with it a scent of wet earth and blossoms. Arun inhaled deeply, feeling as if the very air were cleansing him, drawing away the dust of thought and leaving behind a still clarity. He sat upon the terrace ledge, gazing upward. The stars shimmered between the towers, bright and sharp, as if the temple were a bridge to another sky. A memory stirred within him, his grandmother's voice telling him of the churning of the cosmic ocean, when gods and demons had sought immortality by turning the great serpent around Mount Meru. She used to describe it as though it were happening in the present moment, as if the stars themselves were drops of that divine elixir spilling into the night. Looking at the temple, Arun felt that same story written in stone around him, each tower a reminder of that timeless churning between darkness and light. As he sat in stillness, he became aware of faint movement at the edge of his vision. Fireflies drifted into the courtyard, their tiny lanterns pulsing softly. At first only a few, then dozens, then what seemed like hundreds, swirling in slow patterns through the open air. Their rhythm was unhurried, almost meditative, as though they too were guardians of the night. Arun watched them in quiet awe, feeling their glow sink into his body, like droplets of calm settling in his chest. From somewhere within the temple, a sound emerged, low, melodic. It carried like a chant spoken across centuries. Arun rose and followed, his steps guided by curiosity, yet softened by reverence. The sound led him down another corridor, narrower than the others, its walls lined with carvings of celestial beings and mythical creatures. The moonlight barely touched here, leaving the passage in shadow. Yet the sound grew clearer, a chant deep and resonant, rising and falling with the rhythm of breath. At the corridor's end he entered a small chamber. There, seated upon the floor, was an old monk, his body wrapped in a simple saffron robe. A single candle flickered beside him, casting long shadows across the chamber. His eyes were closed, his lips moving with the chant that seemed to vibrate not only in the room but in the very stones. Arun hesitated, unsure whether to disturb the moment, but the monk, without opening his eyes, raised a hand gently in acknowledgement, as if he had been expecting him. Arun lowered himself to the ground, sitting a short distance away. The chant filled the air, its syllables ancient and resonant. He could not understand the words, but their meaning seemed less important than their rhythm. Each vibration rolled through him like a wave, loosening the knots of thought that clung to his mind. time stretched, or perhaps dissolved entirely. There was only the sound, the flickering of the candle, and the stillness that expanded with every breath. When the chant finally ceased, silence settled like a second skin. The monk opened his eyes, their depth reflecting both the weight of age and the lightness of air. He studied Arun with a softness that felt less like observation and more like recognition. Then, in a voice quiet yet clear, he spoke. "This place remembers," he said. "The stones, the water, the air, they carry all that has ever been spoken here. When you walk with silence in your heart, you will hear it." Arun bowed his head slightly, the words sinking into him like seeds falling into fertile soil. The monk smiled faintly, then closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditation. Arun remained a while longer, sitting in the stillness, until he felt the quiet bloom fully within him. Then he rose, offering one last bow before slipping back into the corridor. The night was deep now, the stars gleaming like silver threads across the sky. As Arun walked through the temple, he felt lighter, as if his body had become part of the silence itself. Every step seemed to merge with the rhythm of the earth, every breath with the rhythm of the sky. He realized that his journey was not about finding answers or uncovering secrets, but about dissolving into this quiet presence, where each stone, each whisper of wind, each flicker of light carried him deeper into peace. And so he walked on, deeper into the mystery of the night, with the sense that the temple itself was walking with him, guiding him gently, not to some distant destination, but into the stillness already waiting within his own heart. Chapter 3. The Pool of Reflections. The corridors curved softly, as though they had been carved not only by human hands but by time itself, worn smooth by centuries of passage. Arun's footsteps echoed faintly against the stone as he moved deeper into the heart of the temple. The candlelight from the monk's chamber still clung faintly to his mind, yet ahead the air was darker, carrying the faint scent of water and lotus blossoms. He followed it without thinking, guided by instinct more than reason, until the passage opened into a wide courtyard. Here, the moonlight revealed a great stone pool, perfectly still, its surface mirroring the towers above. The water appeared almost as a second sky, filled not with stars, but with their reflections. For a long moment, Arun stood at the edge, watching the temple and heavens meet in the water's embrace. The line between what was above and what was below blurred until it seemed there was no boundary at all. He thought of the stories of his childhood, how the gods once walked freely between realms, sky and earth, spirit and form. Perhaps this pool was one of those places where the veil grew thin, where worlds leaned gently toward one another. He lowered himself onto the stone ledge and leaned over the water. The reflection of his own face gazed back at him, softened by the ripples of night air. Yet behind his image, the towers loomed, vast and eternal. It struck him how small his presence seemed against the backdrop of ages, and yet the pool made them equal, his face and the temple's spires sharing the same surface, bound by the quiet water. He felt a gentle hum rise within his chest, as if the pool itself was inviting him to listen, not with his ears, but with the deeper silence of his body. Arun closed his eyes. The hum grew clearer, resonant, like the vibration of strings stretched across the universe. For a moment he thought he could distinguish patterns within it, tones interweaving, rising and falling, not unlike the chant of the monk. Yet this was vaster, as though the very stones and waters were joined in a cosmic liturgy. His breath slowed, matching its rhythm, until the boundaries of his body seemed to blur into the surrounding quiet. When he opened his eyes again, the surface of the water was no longer empty. Fireflies drifted low across it, their tiny lights reflected in shimmering points. They looked like fragments of stars scattered on the pool, as if the heavens had poured their jewels into the earth for a while. Arun watched them hover and flicker, their rhythm gentle and unhurried. It reminded him of the apsaras carved into the walls, dancers of light, guardians of the threshold between worlds. His grandmother's stories returned once more. She had spoken of the churning of the ocean, the great serpent Vasuki coiled around Mount Meru, and how the gods had stirred the waters to release the nectar of immortality. As a boy, Arun had listened wide-eyed, imagining the cosmos itself alive with movement. Now, gazing at the pool before him, he felt as though the story was not distant myth but unfolding quietly here. The waters stirred by unseen hands, the stars trembling with each ripple, the temple itself a mountain around which realms revolve. A faint breeze stirred, brushing across the pool and carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms. Arun looked to the edges of the courtyard, where lotus flowers floated serenely. Their petals were closed, sleeping with the night, but their presence filled the air with a sweetness that felt almost otherworldly. He remembered another tale, whispered by the elders of his village, that lotus flowers were born of the breath of gods, carrying purity wherever they opened. To gaze upon them, they said, was to glimpse the possibility of renewal, of awakening. He dipped his hand gently into the water. The surface trembled, breaking the reflections into ripples. The stars seemed to waver, the temple's towers bending, and his own face dissolving into the swirl. Yet instead of losing clarity, he felt a deeper one emerge, as though the ripples revealed not distortion, but the truth that nothing was fixed, that all forms were fluid, ever shifting. His heart eased, and a quiet joy rose in his chest, soft but steady. For some time, he remained by the pool, letting his thoughts drift like the fireflies. He imagined the countless pilgrims who had once stood here, kings seeking blessings, monks offering chants, villagers bringing simple prayers for rain or harvest. Each one had gazed into the same water, seen the same stars mirrored upon its surface. Their breath, their hopes, their silence still lingered here, woven invisibly into the air. Perhaps, he thought, this was why the temple felt alive, because it carried not only stone and shadow, but the memory of every soul who had paused in its presence. From somewhere in the distance, a faint drumbeat sounded again, the same rhythm he had heard earlier in the night. Slow, steady, it reverberated like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Arun closed his eyes and let it guide him. The sound seemed to merge with the water, with the fireflies, with the stars. It merged with his own breath, until he could no longer tell where the rhythm began or ended. When he opened his eyes once more, the courtyard was bathed in a stillness so complete it felt sacred. The pool shimmered, fireflies glowing like tiny priests conducting a silent ritual. Arun rose slowly to his feet, his body lighter, as though the silence itself was lifting him. He bowed slightly toward the water, not out of formality, but from a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the temple, for the stories that lived within its stones, for the chance to simply be present. He stepped back into the corridor, the air cool against his skin. The temple stretched before him like an endless labyrinth, yet he felt no urgency to map it or claim it. Each step would reveal what it needed to. Each silence would offer what it wished. The journey, he realized, was not about reaching an end, but about softening into the unfolding, as though walking through a dream that would carry him, gently and without demand, toward its own quiet heart. And so Arun walked on, the rhythm of the pool and the whisper of the fireflies still echoing within him. The temple seemed to breathe with him, stone and silence moving in unison. Time, if it still existed, had loosened its grip, leaving only presence, vast, serene, unmeasured. The night was deep, but in its depths Arun felt not darkness, but light. Chapter 4. The Chamber of Echoes. Arun walked deeper into the corridors, the cool stone pressing gently against the soles of his feet. Each passageway seemed to flow into another, as though the temple itself were an endless breathing labyrinth, exhaling silence and inhaling time. The air was thick with stillness, but not a suffocating kind. Rather, it was the stillness of a forest pond at dawn, where even the faintest ripple carried the weight of eternity. The moonlight now came in fractured strands, slanting through narrow windows carved high above. These beams of silver broke across the stone walls, illuminating fragments of carvings, celestial dancers frozen mid-spin, elephants with trunks raised, gods holding conch shells and wheels of flame. Their presence seemed alive, as though the moonlight had awakened something long sleeping in the stone. Arun brushed his hand against one of the carvings, and the surface felt smoother than he expected, polished by centuries of touch. He walked slowly, his breath steady, his thoughts softened into near silence. The hush was so complete that he could hear the faint thrum of his own heartbeat, a sound that seemed to join with the temple's breath. Somewhere far away, a night bird gave a low call, its echo carrying faintly into the chamber and then dissolving again. Arun turned a corner and found himself before a large doorway framed with pillars. The carvings on them were worn, their details softened by time, yet he could still make out celestial beings holding lotuses. Their faces, though weathered, seemed serene, almost smiling. He paused at the threshold and then stepped inside. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. At its center stood 4 great pillars, square and sturdy, each one carved with stories spiraling upward. Between them, the chamber was open and wide, its stone floor cool and polished, reflecting faint glimmers of moonlight that filtered in through slits above. Arun walked softly into the space, and as soon as he did, the air changed. Here, the silence was not merely quiet, it was resonant. Every sound he made, even the brush of his foot against the floor, carried a faint echo that stretched into the corners of the chamber and then returned, softer, as though whispered back. He inhaled deeply, and even his breath seemed to join the chamber's voice. For a long while he stood still, listening. Then gently he spoke a single word. It was not chosen with thought, but emerged naturally, like water spilling over stone. Shanti. Peace. The chamber responded, his voice rolling back to him in waves, first clear, then fading, until the sound dissolved into the stone itself. He closed his eyes, feeling the resonance vibrate in his chest, as if the temple had taken his word and stretched it into something larger, something timeless. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed something he had missed before. The walls were carved with endless figures, not only dancers or deities, but scenes of rivers, forests, and mountains. Each one seemed to depict motion, yet all were still, captured in the eternal pause of stone. Arun walked slowly along the chamber, letting his hand trail lightly against the carvings, his fingers following rivers that curled into lotus blossoms, mountains that gave way to skies filled with birds. The echo of his steps accompanied him, filling the chamber like a low drumbeat. He began to feel as though the chamber itself were alive, listening to him as he walked, offering his presence back in subtle echoes. At the far end, beneath one of the tall walls, he found something unexpected, a great stone basin, dry and empty now, but shaped like a lotus. Its edges were worn, its depth shadowed, and yet it seemed to hold something invisible. Arun crouched beside it, peering into its emptiness. He imagined the basin once filled with water, reflecting the stars through the slit windows above. He thought of the pilgrims who might have leaned over it, offering flowers or pouring water from clay vessels, their prayers echoing into the chamber. The thought carried him deeper into silence. He lowered himself onto the floor beside the basin, crossing his legs, and rested his hands upon his knees. For a moment he simply sat, listening to the chamber breathe around him. Then, almost without intending to, he began to hum. The sound was soft at first, a mere vibration rising from his chest, but the chamber caught it, stretched it, and gave it back. The hum rolled outward, then returned, layering upon itself, until it seemed as though countless voices were joining him. The resonance filled his body, spreading warmth through his chest, his arms, his spine. His eyes closed, and he surrendered fully to the sound. Time dissolved. The hum deepened, widened, became less his own and more the chamber's. Arun felt as though he were no longer creating the sound, but being carried by it. Each breath drew him deeper into stillness, each echo dissolving the thin barrier between himself and the stone. For a long while, there was nothing else, no thought, no memory, no distinction between voice and echo, between body and temple. When at last the sound faded, silence settled once more. But it was no longer the silence of emptiness. It was a silence full, alive, a silence that seemed to hum even without sound. Arun opened his eyes slowly, his vision blurred by the depth of stillness. The basin before him seemed to shimmer faintly, as though water had returned for just an instant. He blinked, and it was gone. Yet the impression remained. The sense that he had glimpsed another realm, just beneath the veil of the present one. He rose slowly to his feet, bowing slightly toward the basin, not from ritual but from gratitude. The echoes of his hum still seemed to linger in the chamber, soft and eternal. As he turned to leave, the carvings on the walls seemed different. The figures no longer appeared frozen but alive, their gestures mid-movement, their faces soft with a quiet joy. Perhaps, he thought, they had always been alive, waiting for someone to listen long enough to notice. He walked back through the chamber, his footsteps once again echoing softly, each step a reminder of the sound that had filled this place for centuries. At the threshold he paused one last time, looking back. The chamber stretched vast and quiet, its pillars rising like guardians, its basin waiting in silence. It seemed to breathe even as he watched, timeless and serene. Then Arun stepped out, back into the corridor. The air felt different now, lighter, as though the chamber had poured something into him, or perhaps drawn something out. His body moved more softly, each step unhurried, as though the very stone were carrying him along. And as he walked deeper into the temple, the echo of silence stayed with him, not behind, not ahead, but within, like a companion that needed no words. Chapter 5. The Whispering Courtyard. The corridor narrowed, its walls close on either side, the carvings worn smooth as if centuries of breath had passed over them. Arun's steps were unhurried, the silence within him echoing the silence of the temple. He no longer felt he was walking alone. Every stone, every shadow, seemed to move with him, as though the temple itself was guiding his steps. At last the passage opened into a courtyard. Moonlight poured down like silver rain, revealing a wide open space framed by weathered colonnades. Here the air was different, cooler, softer, and touched with the faint fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. The flowers grew wild in the corners, their white blossoms glowing gently against the dark foliage. Their scent carried a sweetness that seemed to weave directly into his breath, soothing and calming. The courtyard was quiet, yet it did not feel empty. The stillness had a texture as though voices once spoken here still lingered, invisible but near. Arun stood still and closed his eyes. The air touched his skin with the gentleness of a hand. A faint shiver passed through him, but it was not fear. It was recognition. He opened his eyes and noticed a circle of stone benches at the courtyard's center. Their surfaces were worn smooth, their edges rounded by time. It was easy to imagine monks seated here long ago, chanting softly under the open sky, their voices rising like incense into the night. The thought carried him deeper into the sense of presence that surrounded the place. Arun walked slowly to the center and sat upon one of the benches. Above, the sky spread vast and luminous. Stars shimmered like scattered jewels, and the moon hung bright, mirrored faintly in the polished stone beneath his feet. For a long moment he gazed upward, letting the sky wash over him. His grandmother's words returned. "If you walk slowly enough, the heavens will walk with you." Here, he felt the truth of them. As he sat, the stillness of the courtyard deepened, and with it came a sound, soft, almost imperceptible. At first it was like the rustle of leaves, then like distant voices carried on the wind. He listened closely, his breath held in quiet reverence. The sound grew clearer, though never loud, as if the very stones were whispering. It was not a language he could understand, yet he knew its meaning. It was the sound of memory, of prayers layered one upon another until silence itself became a voice. He placed his palms against the bench, feeling the vibration hum faintly through the stone. The sensation moved into his chest, then upward into his throat. Without thinking, Arun allowed a single note to rise from within him. It was soft, no more than a breath at first, but the courtyard received it and gave it back, echoing gently through the colonnades. Encouraged, he let the note linger, then fade. Silence followed, but it was not the silence of absence. It was the silence of listening. And then, almost as if in answer, another note seemed to join his. It was faint, woven into the air, as though a chorus long forgotten had awakened to respond. Arun closed his eyes, tears pricking gently against his lids. He did not feel alone. The temple itself was singing with him. Time slipped away. Whether minutes or hours passed, Arun could not tell. The rhythm of sound and silence became its own measure. His body softened, his breath slowed, his mind dissolved into the rhythm. He no longer searched for meaning. He simply surrendered to the experience, allowing the courtyard to carry him deeper into stillness. When at last the whispering faded, Arun opened his eyes. The courtyard looked the same, yet it felt transformed. The jasmine blossoms glowed brighter, their fragrance more vivid, as if the flowers themselves had joined in the unseen chant. The stars above shimmered in soft patterns, their light gentle but insistent, like messages written across the night sky. He rose from the bench and walked slowly to the edge of the courtyard. His footsteps echoed faintly, though even the echoes seemed softer, reverent, as if unwilling to disturb the silence that lingered. At the far wall, he found a carving of a lotus opening toward the sky. Its petals were wide, its center carved with delicate precision. Arun traced the outline with his fingers, and for a moment he felt a warmth stir beneath the stone, as though the carving itself were alive. He remembered another story from his childhood, one told by an old monk who had once visited his village. The monk had said that every lotus carved in the temple was more than art. It was a doorway, a reminder that awakening was always near, hidden just beneath the surface of silence. Arun smiled faintly. He understood now. Turning back toward the courtyard, he bowed gently, not to the sky, not to the stone, but to the silence itself. It was not an act of worship, but of gratitude. The temple had given him its voice, and in return he had given it his. As he left the courtyard, stepping back into the corridors, the air felt lighter, as though the silence itself was now walking beside him. His body moved without effort, his breath carried by a rhythm that was not his alone. The temple, the stars, the blossoms, the echoes, they were all within him now, stitched into the fabric of his being. And so he walked on, deeper into the labyrinth, knowing that each step would carry him not only further into the temple, but further into himself. Chapter 6. The Guardian of the Gate. The corridors unfolded again, leading Arun deeper into the heart of the temple. The air grew cooler as he walked, and though the silence still surrounded him, it had changed its tone. It was no longer only the silence of still water, but something steadier, watchful, like the gaze of an unseen guardian. Arun's feet pressed gently against the worn stone floor, each step aligning with the rhythm of his breath. He carried within him the echoes of the courtyard, the hum of voices beyond hearing, the fragrance of jasmine that seemed to cling even now to his skin. Yet as he walked, he felt a quiet anticipation rising, as though the temple was guiding him towards something it wished him to discover. At last, the corridor widened, opening into a chamber unlike the others. The ceiling here rose high, hidden in shadow, but the moonlight streamed in from a series of slits near the roof, falling like thin beams of silver. The light gathered around a single figure carved from stone, seated at the far end of the hall. It was a statue larger than life, depicting a guardian with strong limbs and serene eyes. His hands rested upon his knees, palms open, his expression neither stern nor gentle, but vast, like the gaze of the sky itself. Around him the stone glimmered faintly, as though the years had not touched his form as deeply as they had the rest of the temple. Arun approached slowly. The presence of the statue filled the chamber, not heavy, but expansive. It felt less like he was walking toward an image of stone, and more like he was entering the field of a living being. His breath deepened. His chest opened. He felt seen, though no eyes moved to follow him. He lowered himself to the floor, sitting cross-legged before the guardian. For a while he simply gazed upward. The lines of the figure were clear in the moonlight, the curve of the shoulders, the steady fold of the robe, the faint smile upon the lips. Arun thought of how many had sat here before him, offering prayers or silent devotion, each one witnessed by this still presence. The silence deepened, and with it came a subtle sound, so faint he thought at first it was his imagination. It was a low tone, steady as a drumbeat, yet not made by drum or voice. It seemed to rise from the very stones beneath him, pulsing gently through the chamber. The rhythm was slow, steady, unending, as though echoing the heartbeat of the temple itself. Arun closed his eyes and placed his hands upon his chest. His own heartbeat was quicker, lighter, but as he listened it began to align with the deeper rhythm. Each beat slowed, softened, until his body was moving in harmony with the temple's pulse. His breath followed, lengthening into the same quiet cadence. The guardian seemed to shimmer in the corner of his vision. Though carved of stone, Arun felt as though the figure was breathing with him, its chest rising and falling in the rhythm of the same eternal silence. The line between statue and presence blurred until Arun could not tell where his breath ended and the guardian's began. In that stillness, memories rose, not of his own life alone, but of countless others. He saw pilgrims kneeling here, their hands pressed together in prayer. He saw monks chanting in low voices, their syllables weaving into the air like smoke. He saw villagers bringing offerings of fruit and flowers, laying them gently at the guardian's feet. Each vision came like a ripple across the water of his mind, soft and fleeting, yet filled with weight. The hum of silence deepened, and Arun felt a warmth rise through his spine. It was not fire, but something subtler, a current of energy flowing upward, aligning him from the base of his body to the crown of his head. He did not resist. He surrendered, letting the current carry him into stillness more profound than he had ever known. The guardian did not speak, yet Arun felt words form in the silence. The gate is not outside you. The gate is within. Walk it not with your feet, but with your heart. Tears welled softly in Arun's eyes. He did not understand the words with his mind, but he felt their truth settle into his chest, calm and steady. The statue seemed to grow brighter, the moonlight clinging to its form until it appeared to glow from within. For a long time he remained seated, breathing in the rhythm of the temple. When at last he opened his eyes fully, the vision had softened. The statue was only stone again, silent and still. Yet the presence remained, not outside him, but within, woven into the beat of his heart. He bowed low, pressing his forehead gently to the cool floor, not in worship, but in gratitude. Gratitude for the silence, for the rhythm, for the reminder that the path was not elsewhere, but already unfolding within him. Rising slowly, Arun turned and stepped back toward the corridor. The air touched his skin with a coolness that felt almost like blessing. His steps were unhurried, his body light. The guardian's rhythm pulsed softly within him, steady and eternal, as though the temple had given him a compass made not of stone, but of silence itself. And so he walked on, deeper into the labyrinth, his journey unfolding not as a search, but as a gentle remembering of what had always been there. Chapter 7. The Hall of Murmuring Leaves. The corridor wound onward, narrowing, then widening, as though the temple itself was breathing him forward. Arun's body moved without effort now. Each step was lighter than the last, as if the silence he carried within him had begun to dissolve the weight of his limbs. He felt no fatigue, no hunger, no sense of time. There was only the slow unfolding, as though the temple was leading him deeper into itself, and deeper into his own heart. At length the passage opened into a long hall. It was unlike the echoing chambers he had walked before. Here the ceiling was lower, supported by rows of slender pillars that stretched in perfect rhythm, each one carved with vines and blossoms. Moonlight entered through narrow slits high on the walls, falling in soft lines across the floor, creating bands of silver alternating with shadow. Arun paused, breathing in the air. It was cool, carrying with it a faint fragrance, not of incense or jasmine now, but of something subtler, like the scent of leaves just after rain. He stepped further into the hall, his footfalls absorbed into the quiet. Yet as he moved, he noticed something curious. The silence was not empty. It carried with it a texture, a faint rustling, like leaves stirring, though no wind passed through. He slowed his steps, listening. The sound was so soft that at first he thought it came from within himself, the echo of memory. But as he placed his hand upon one of the pillars, he felt it vibrate faintly beneath his fingers, as though the stone itself was alive with sound. It was not the strong hum of the guardian's chamber, nor the whispered chorus of the courtyard, but something gentler, more diffuse, like the murmur of countless leaves brushing against one another. Arun closed his eyes and allowed the sound to wash over him. It was soothing, neither voice nor silence, but something between. It seemed to carry the same rhythm as his breath, rising and falling in subtle waves. He let his hand rest upon the stone and felt the vibration move into him, a soft quivering that reached into his chest. When he opened his eyes again, the hall looked different. The pillars seemed less rigid, their carved vines more fluid, as though the stone had softened into living foliage. He blinked, uncertain if it was illusion or truth. But he did not resist. Instead, he allowed the vision to unfold. The walls themselves seemed to blur, their hard lines dissolving into patterns of green and silver. He felt as though he were no longer standing in a hall of stone, but in a forest glade, where moonlight filtered through tall trees and leaves murmured in the breeze. Arun smiled softly. His grandmother's words returned once more, words he had nearly forgotten. The temple is not only stone, it is also the forest. It is also the sky. It is also you. He walked slowly between the pillars, each one now like a tree rising into the night. The murmuring grew clearer, though it was never loud. It carried with it a rhythm that felt ancient, older even than the temple itself. It was the sound of continuity, of growth and decay, of leaves falling and returning to the earth, of cycles that had no beginning and no end. At the far end of the hall, he found a wide alcove. Within it, carved upon the wall, was a great tree with roots that stretched downward and branches that spread into the sky. Its trunk was wide, its leaves etched with delicate precision, each one unique. Arun stepped closer, placing his hand upon the carving. The stone was cool, but beneath it pulsed the same faint vibration, like the rustling of leaves caught in eternal motion. He lowered himself to the ground before the tree and crossed his legs. The air was still, yet the murmuring seemed to surround him, as though countless unseen voices were circling gently through the hall. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, letting the sound guide him inward. At first, images drifted through his mind. Forests he had walked as a boy, the sound of bamboo groves swaying in the wind, the fragrance of wet earth after monsoon rains. But soon the images faded, replaced by something subtler. He felt the rise and fall of his breath merge with the murmur, until it no longer felt like he was breathing air, but breathing leaves. Each inhalation a gathering of their whispers, each exhalation a release back into the forest of silence. Time thinned again. He did not know if he sat for moments or for hours. The sound carried him gently, like a current moving downstream, never rushing, never halting. His body softened, his thoughts dissolved, and for a while he felt he had become the hall itself. Pillars and carvings, leaves and whispers, all merged into one still rhythm. When he opened his eyes, the vision remained for a moment longer. The stone pillars still looked like trees, the moonlight still like forest light breaking through canopies. The carved tree upon the wall glowed faintly, its leaves shimmering as though stirred by a hidden breeze. He reached out once more, touching its trunk, and felt the faint hum travel into his palm. It was a reminder, not of illusion, but of truth, that all forms, stone or leaf, were held within the same silence. He bowed gently before the tree, his forehead almost touching the floor. When he rose again, the vision had softened. The hall returned to stone, the pillars firm and unmoving. Yet the murmur remained, faint but steady, woven into his breath. Arun turned and began walking back through the hall, his steps slow and unhurried. The sound followed him, not as an echo, but as a companion. Each pillar seemed to watch him pass, not as a statue, but as a living presence, murmuring softly in a language beyond words. At the threshold of the hall, he paused and looked back one last time. The moonlight fell across the stone floor, silver and shadow weaving together like fabric. The carved tree glimmered faintly in the distance, its branches stretching upward into the darkness. Arun breathed deeply, carrying the murmur into his chest, and then stepped once more into the corridors beyond. The silence was different now. It was no longer empty, no longer echoing. It was alive, woven with the texture of leaves, as though the entire temple were breathing with him. And so he walked on, deeper into the labyrinth, knowing that each step was not only upon stone, but upon the roots of a living silence that stretched beyond time, beyond place, into the endless stillness of the night. Chapter 8. The Library of Quiet Hands. The corridor bent again and again, as if drawing a soft spiral through stone. Arun moved within its curve the way a river follows its bed, without hurry, without thought of destination. The murmur of leaves that had filled the last hall thinned to a hush, and in that hush another quality appeared, so subtle he felt it first in his fingertips rather than his ears. It was the feeling of fine threads drawn across skin, the intimate nearness of things once touched with care. He followed it the way one follows a scent on evening air, until the passage opened onto a smaller court, tucked deep within the temple's body. It was a square of stillness. Low steps framed it on 3 sides, and on the 4th rose a pair of small towers, simple, almost austere, each crowned with a lotus finial. Between the towers a dark doorway waited, narrow as a held breath. The moon rested high, clean and full, and its light fell in a pale sheet across the courtyard stones. Dust motes floated within that light like seeds suspended in water. There were no fountains here, no great trees, only the sensation of pages not yet turned. Arun crossed the court and paused at the threshold. The smell here was different, dry and warm, like the inside of a wooden chest that has kept safe the handwork of many winters. He stepped through. The room beyond was long and low, its ceiling held by plain beams. Niches lined the walls in quiet ranks. Within them lay bundles wrapped in cloth and thin slats bound with twine, palm leaf manuscripts, their edges the color of tea. A library, he realized, not of books that demand to be read, but of pages content to rest in the nearness of each other, breathing their little breath of time. He stood for a while and did nothing. The room asked for that. It felt as if 1,000 hands had moved within this space and had learned together how not to disturb the air. He could almost see them, the slow untying of a cord, the lifting of a leaf, the lean of a shoulder toward the light, the brief closing of eyes when a word found its home. The quiet had depth, like a lake before dawn. He let it hold him. When at last he moved, it was with the care one uses with sleeping children. He walked along the wall and stopped before a niche where a bundle had slipped slightly forward, as if it had stepped closer to listen. The cloth around it was the faded yellow of old turmeric, the knot simple and sure. Arun touched the knot with the back of his fingers first, like greeting a small animal. The cloth was cool. He unfastened it, loosening the wrap the way one loosens a breath, and revealed a sheaf of narrow leaves threaded by a string through 2 neat holes. The script upon them, etched long ago by stylus, shone the quiet brown of earth after rain. He did not try to decipher the words. He knew a few characters, enough to catch a sound caught in a shape, but this was not for reading. It was for listening with the body. He brought the leaves near to the spill of moonlight falling through a slit and held them there. The etched grooves caught the light and gave it back in a soft shimmer. He closed his eyes, and the room brightened inside him, not with vision, but with a warmth that rose from the soles of his feet and gathered behind the breastbone. He felt for a breath the presence of the person who had made these lines, their patience, their steady attention, the way they paused after each stroke to feel whether the stroke was true. His grandmother had once said that the act of writing a sacred word is itself a kind of prayer, that the hand learns silence in order to carry it into form. Holding the palm leaves, Arun sensed that truth without needing to name it. The silence here had been practiced. It had muscle memory. Even the dust had learned how to land gently. He returned the manuscript to its cloth and laid it back in its niche, but he did not move away. On the wall beside it, a relief showed a naga coiling upward, its many heads fanned like a stone flower. The serpent's body curved with a grace the sculptor must have learned from water. Arun raised his palm and hovered it a hair's breadth from the scale-bright surface. A mild coolness bled into his skin. A story surfaced, one told in his village by an elder with milk-white hair, about a princess who married the Naga king, and whose descendants learned to build where water and land speak softly to each other. The elder always said it without weight, as if reporting the weather of another century. Hearing it as a boy, Arun felt that the serpent was not a thing to fear, but a bridge. Looking now at the relief, he felt the bridge bend again over some unseen gap, as easy as a breath crossing the space between inhale and exhale. The library had no chairs, only the broad steps of stone and the long, smooth sill beneath the niches. Arun sat there and rested his hands on his knees. He did not seek a state. He did not ask a question. The air held him like clear water. Somewhere beyond the room, a night insect sang a note so steady it might have been drawn with a ruler. The note faded. The quiet deepened. From a far corner of the library, a thread of wind slipped in and touched the palm leaves, and their edges made a tiny, trembling sound. The sound a cricket might make if it were made of paper. The room answered with the faintest echo, as if to say yes. He let his breath lengthen until it felt the same temperature as the air. In the space that opened, he sensed the past not as a series of pictures, but as a field, a meadow beyond sight that pressed lightly against the present. A scribe bent over a lamp, oil trembling in the dish. A young novice carrying a bundle of leaves close, careful of the string. An old woman whose son had gone to the city, bringing a scrap of prayer to tuck into a crack, so that a gentle eye might watch over his sleep. None of these visions arrived as stories. They were currents, nearly tasteless, that made the room feel full. When his eyes opened again, they fell upon a narrow shelf that held nothing but a small clay bowl. He rose and crossed to it. The bowl was plain, its lip chipped. He recognized its purpose at once, a bowl that once held water for the wetting of stylus tips and the rinsing of hands. He lifted it and found it a little heavier than he expected, as if it still remembered how to receive. He set it back and imagined it filled, moon distilled into a shallow pool, a palm leaf passing through like a boat, a drop touching skin, cold enough to wake, but not to startle. He smiled without meaning to. The smile lingered as he returned to the doorway. The court outside had grown even quieter, as if the night were listening with him. He stood a while on the threshold, one foot in the library, one in the open air, and thought of the guardian's silent instruction. The gate is within. It felt true here in a new way, a library that did not gather words so much as collect the patience that births them. This was a gate of hands, hands that had learned to move as softly as moth wings. He stepped back into the court and walked along its inner edge. On one stone he noticed a pale stain, almost the shape of a petal pressed there by chance. He knelt and touched it. The surface was cool from the night and very faintly damp where the air had kissed it. For no reason he could name, he whispered, "A thank you." The word left his lips and fell without echo. Another doorway waited at the court's far side. This one was lower, as if asking those who entered to bow their heads. He did so and passed through. The space beyond was narrow, a passage that descended by a few shallow steps and turned once to the right. The smell changed again, the dryness sweetened by a thread of earth and something like resin. At the turn, a niche held a small lamp with a wick cleanly snuffed. Next to it lay a tiny stick of incense, unlit, the color of dried pomegranate skin. He did not touch it. He simply paused, and the mind made of habits offered a brief picture of the last hand that had. When he stepped down the final riser, the passage opened into a second room. This one was emptier than the first. Its floor was bare, its walls plain but for a single band of carving at shoulder height, a garland of lotus and small bells. The bells were stone and could not ring, yet looking at them he heard their sound anyway. Thin, high, carried by morning air across a courtyard, the kind that startles no one, and yet invites even the stones to wake. In the middle of the room, a rectangle of moonlight lay like a folded cloth. He stood at its edge and then stepped into it. The light gathered on his skin the way warm water gathers on hollow metal. He closed his eyes. The silence here was not the library's patient hush. It was the bright, empty space in a mind just after a thought dissolves. He felt the slight ache behind his knees, the easy weight of his hands, the still sweetness that had been rising through him since he entered the temple at dusk. He recognized, too, a small wish he had not named, that somewhere in this long night he might be told by sign or dream that the path he had walked without map was indeed a path. Standing in the light, the wish softened. not disappeared but lost its edge. The wish became a candle set down with no need to be lit. He breathed, and the breath moved through him like someone walking a familiar path home. He felt the check of bone at each joint, the way his shirt brushed his ribs with inhale, the way the mouth cooled on exhale. He felt the outline of himself the way one feels the shape of a clay cup in the dark. And then, with no sound, that outline eased. The cup did not vanish. It simply forgot for a while that it had edges. The room breathed. He breathed. The moon made its small, constant gift. A memory rose then, light as ash. His grandmother's hand tracing a circle on the mat beside his bed, when he was a child afraid of storms. "This," she had whispered, tapping the circle, "is a place that will always be quiet. You don't have to find it. You are it." He had fallen asleep with his palm over the invisible circle, afraid and not afraid at once, the fear mixed with a sweetness he would only later call trust. The memory faded, but its warmth remained, a coal in winter that needs no flame. He opened his eyes. The band of stone bells along the wall seemed to pulse softly in the corner of vision, as if those impossible bells had granted themselves a single unheard ring. He laughed once, a breath more than a sound, and bowed his head toward them in the way he had begun to bow toward many things tonight. Not from obligation, but because thanks had become an easy language. When he left the room, he did so without looking back. The passage received him. The small court received him. The library behind its doorway held its steady breath. He crossed the square and returned to the main corridor, and there the temple's larger silence met him again, like a river one has swum before. He moved with it, as a body moves with water that has learned its shape. He did not measure the distance he walked. The towers appeared and vanished at angles. Stairs rose and fell beneath his feet. The moon laid a patient road wherever the roof opened. The narratives that usually assemble themselves around a life, where he had come from, where he might be going, thinned until the only story that remained was the one told by each step: heel, arch, ball, stone, air, stone. He found that story complete. At a corner where the corridor bent toward the outer wall, a breath of night entered and brought with it the faintest scent of frangipani. He stood beneath it as one stands beneath light rain. The fragrance was so slight that it seemed more like a memory of scent than scent itself, and yet it changed the color of the air. In that color he pictured, so gently it did not feel like picturing at all, the temple at dawn, a smear of peach at the horizon, birds opening their throats, a monk somewhere lifting the wick of a first lamp. The picture made no promise and asked for nothing. It was enough that dawn existed somewhere ahead in the same way that stone existed underfoot. He walked on. Walls that had been carved with gods grew bare and then were carved again. At one niche, an apsara leaned on her own wrist in a posture of rest, as if she had paused in her endless dance to listen to a human being breathe. Arun touched the stone next to her feet and imagined that wherever the sculptor had begun was still there. The first cut not erased by the last. A small comfort. Beginnings do not leave. They become the life they entered. The corridor widened once more and turned toward a long colonnade open to the outer moat. The water lay black and wide beyond the balustrade, the moon swimming on its skin. The pillars here were heavy, their bases flared like trunks planted deep. Between them, a steady night wind moved, stroking the surface of the moat until the moon softened into a ribbon. Across the water, the jungle massed like a sleeping animal. Arun leaned his shoulder against a pillar and let the wind climb the loose sleeve of his shirt. The coolness touched his skin and kept on moving through him, as if the body were another corridor the night enjoyed. He watched the ribbon of moon change shape with each slight movement of wind, and felt again that sweetness that had followed him since the Guardian's Hall. the sweetness of a gate that does not swing on hinges, but on breath. He knew, without deciding it, that he would walk until the first soft gray appeared at the edge of the world, not to conquer distance, not to finish anything, simply to keep company with the temple as it changed its face from night to morning. He imagined the library when the first bird called, the palm leaves resting in the new light, the little clay bowl holding the color of sky, the unlit incense content to be unlit. He imagined the courtyard where jasmine would give its last sweetness before the day warmed. He imagined his own steps asleep somewhere behind him on the stones, and a line of future steps ahead, already quiet. He turned from the pillar and resumed. The night did not tire, neither did he. The body, freed from being asked to be anything other than what it was, moved like a lantern carried by someone who has no need to arrive. In that walking, a thought came and did not break the peace, that the temple had not taught him anything new. It had only gathered his scattered listening and set it down in one place. It had made of his feet an ear. It had made of his eyes a hand that touched without taking. It had reminded him that silence is not the lack of sound, but the gentle field in which sound can rise and fall without leaving a wound. He smiled at the thought the way one smiles at a child sleeping with open palms. The colonnade gave way to another court, and the court to another hall, and the hall to a run of steps shallow as breath. He descended them and felt, somewhere low in the belly, a simple gladness to be here, to be walking, to be spoken to by stone and moon as if they were relatives who had been patient for a very long time. The river of night widened inside him and carried him on. And though he could not have said how he knew, he felt that when dawn finally touched the first tower, he would not be more complete than he was now. Only more visible to himself, as a shape seen in water when a breeze chooses to rest. So he walked, and the temple walked with him, and between them lay a page neither needed to write, already inscribed with the soft grammar of breath, of steps, of the old, old way, by which all beings remember how to be at home. Chapter 9. The Terrace of Stars. The corridor stretched forward, then widened until it dissolved into a long flight of stone steps. Arun's pace slowed. He sensed, even before he reached the bottom, that the stairs would lead him upward, farther than any passage he had climbed before. The air carried a subtle change, cooler, lighter, threaded with the faint rustle of open spaces. His hand brushed the wall as he walked, fingertips grazing the grooves of age-old carvings, each stroke like a line of music from a forgotten score. When he reached the first riser, he paused. The steps rose steeply, worn into shallow arcs by centuries of feet. They gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and as Arun looked up, he saw the silver path ascending into darkness, disappearing toward what seemed like the very sky. He inhaled, steadying himself, and began to climb. The ascent was unhurried, each step a meditation. His breath deepened into rhythm, matching the slow cadence of his feet. The higher he went, the more the air thinned, opening around him like invisible wings. He felt his body lighten, as though gravity itself were loosening its hold. The temple had been guiding him inward all along. Now it seemed to be guiding him upward as well. At last, after what felt like both moments and centuries, he reached the top. The stairway opened onto a vast terrace. Here the temple revealed itself in its fullest majesty. The central tower rose close before him, its lotus peak piercing the star-filled sky. The smaller towers flanked it like guardians, their silhouettes dark against the brilliance above. Beyond, the jungle stretched in every direction, an ocean of shadow, and above it all, the heavens shimmered, an expanse of stars so numerous that the sky seemed woven of silver threads. Arun walked slowly across the terrace, his sandals whispering against the cool stone. The moon poured its light freely here, unbroken by walls or pillars. The terrace glowed as though the temple itself had become an altar to the night sky. He moved to the edge and gazed outward. The moat far below caught fragments of moonlight, trembling in ripples of silver. Beyond it, the jungle swayed, whispering its own hymn, and beyond even that, the horizon melted into infinite night. Arun tilted his head back and let the stars fill his vision. They seemed closer than he had ever known them, not distant points, but living embers woven into a vast tapestry. His grandmother's voice rose again from memory. The stars are not above us. They are within us. We look up only so that we may remember. He lowered himself to the floor of the terrace, crossing his legs and resting his palms upon his knees. The stone was cool beneath him, but it did not feel hard. It felt alive, humming faintly with the same pulse he had carried since meeting the guardian. He breathed deeply, and his breath seemed to mingle with the stars themselves, as though each inhale drew their light into him, and each exhale returned it. The terrace grew still. The sounds of the jungle softened until even the insects seemed to pause their song. A silence spread, vast, luminous, infinite. It was not the silence of the library or the courtyard, but a silence that stretched beyond the temple, beyond the earth into the very body of the sky. Arun closed his eyes, and at first there was only darkness, but then the darkness shifted, softened, and within it patterns began to glow. Constellations rose like rivers of light, flowing across the canvas of his inner vision. He saw great serpents coiling through the stars, their scales glittering like diamond. He saw apsaras leaping gracefully between constellations, their anklets ringing faintly like distant bells. He saw the outline of Mount Meru, its peak crowned with fire, surrounded by oceans of silver. The visions unfolded not as stories, but as presence. They did not demand interpretation. They invited surrender. Arun felt himself dissolving into their rhythm, his body loosening into the vastness, his mind thinning like mist. The boundaries between earth and sky, temple and self, dissolved. A single star shone brighter than the rest, directly above the central tower. Its light fell upon him like a beam, cool and steady. He opened his eyes and saw it not only above, but mirrored in the polished stone before him. For a moment he felt as though the star had descended into the temple itself, resting in his chest like a small flame. And then he heard it. A whisper, not in words but in resonance. It was the same tone he had heard in the Guardian's hall, the same murmur as in the courtyard, the same hum that had carried him through the chamber of echoes. But now it was vaster, clearer, as though all those voices had merged into one. It said nothing, yet it told him everything. That he was not separate from the silence, not separate from the stars, not separate from the temple. That his journey was not to seek, but to remember. That peace was not found at the end of a path, but within the very breath that carried him now. Tears welled softly at the corners of his eyes. He let them fall without resistance. They landed on the stone and glimmered faintly in the moonlight, like stars descending to earth. He bowed forward, touching his forehead gently to the terrace. It was not a gesture of worship, but of gratitude. Gratitude to the temple, to the silence, to the stars, to the breath that had carried him here. When he rose again, the terrace stretched infinite before him, its stone glowing softly in the moonlight. He felt no need to move, no need to seek. He sat again, resting easily, watching the stars shimmer above and below, within and without. And there, on the terrace of stars, Arun felt himself dissolve into the rhythm of the night, where silence and light wove together into one endless song. Chapter 10. The Bridge of Dawn. The stars still shimmered in their wide canopy above, yet Arun sensed the night beginning to shift. The terrace where he sat was steeped in silence, but at its edges the silence had grown thinner, as if preparing to welcome something new. He rose slowly, brushing his palms against the stone as though it were the skin of an old friend, and turned toward the stairway that led down from the terrace. The steps descended into darkness, yet Arun's body moved without hesitation. His feet had learned the temple's rhythm. Each step was less a choice and more a continuation of the silence flowing through him. The terraces, chambers, courtyards, and halls behind him seemed not left behind but carried within, as though the temple itself had folded into his breath. At the base of the stairs, a long colonnade stretched forward. Its pillars stood like tall reeds in moonlight, their shadows falling across the stone floor in long stripes. Beyond them, the faint glimmer of water rippled, the temple moat, still as glass, reflecting stars and towers alike. Arun walked toward it, drawn as though the water had been waiting. He reached the balustrade and leaned lightly against the carved stone railing. Below him, the moat shimmered, carrying the reflection of the towers into its depths. The lotus blossoms that floated there had closed for the night, their petals folded tightly as if in prayer. Fireflies drifted over the water, their glow mirrored in the surface, doubling their quiet light. Arun watched the reflections for a long time. He noticed how the towers in the water seemed just as real as those above, how the stars mirrored below felt no less eternal than those scattered across the heavens. It reminded him of the pool he had seen earlier in the temple, where heaven and earth dissolved into one another. Here, on the edge of the moat, that lesson unfolded again. There was no above or below, no real or reflection, only presence, everywhere the same. A faint breeze stirred the surface, breaking the image into ripples. The stars wavered, the towers bent, the blossoms swayed, and yet nothing was lost. The essence remained, even in distortion. Arun smiled softly, letting the breeze brush his face. He thought again of his grandmother's stories, how the gods had churned the ocean to draw forth nectar, how even in chaos, the essence of life had not been destroyed but revealed. He stepped onto the narrow stone path that stretched across the moat. It was a bridge, worn and ancient, its balustrades carved with nagas, serpents whose bodies coiled along the length of the walkway. Their stone heads rose at intervals, fierce yet serene, guardians of the passage. Arun placed his hand on one, feeling the coolness seep into his skin. The serpent seemed less a guardian against him and more a companion for him, guiding his steps across the threshold between temple and world. He walked slowly, the sound of his sandals soft against the stone. The water on either side mirrored his movements, carrying him both above and below. Halfway across, he paused. The night sky above was beginning to pale at the edges, the faintest thread of light stretching across the horizon. The stars still held their place, but they had softened, their brilliance dimming in the approach of dawn. Arun breathed deeply, filling his chest with the cool air. The silence of the temple remained, yet it too was changing. It no longer carried the depth of midnight, but the expectancy of morning. It was as if the entire temple held its breath, waiting for the first rays of sun. He continued across the bridge, each step guided by the soft glow of the paling sky. At the far side, he descended onto a smaller courtyard. Here the air was touched with the scent of damp earth and lotus. The faint song of birds rose, tentative at first, then more insistent. Their voices were clear, high, carrying across the water like bells rung to wake the world. Arun sat upon the edge of the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The jungle lay heavy and dark, but above it a band of silver blue stretched wide, tinged faintly with rose. The stars were dissolving one by one, as though returning their light to the sky itself. The silence within him remained, but it too softened. It was no longer the deep, endless silence of night, but a silence pregnant with sound, the silence before a drumbeat, before the chorus of morning, before the rising of the sun. He closed his eyes and placed his hands upon his knees. His breath moved steady, his body still. The temple's rhythm, the guardian's pulse, the murmuring leaves, the whispering courtyard, all of it rose within him, echoing as one. He no longer felt himself moving through the temple. He felt the temple moving through him, a living presence flowing in his veins. When he opened his eyes again, the horizon was brightening. A single shaft of light broke through, piercing the sky with gold. It fell across the moat, turning the water into molten fire. The towers caught the light next, their lotus peaks gleaming as if lit from within. The stones seemed to awaken, glowing softly, each carving alive with dawn. Arun rose to his feet. His shadow stretched long across the courtyard, thin and wavering. He turned slowly in a circle, watching as the temple revealed its new face. The fireflies faded, the stars disappeared, the moon dissolved into pale blue. The blossoms upon the moat began to open, their petals unfurling like hands raised in prayer. The silence, too, shifted. It did not vanish. It transformed. It became part of the morning chorus, the call of birds, the hum of insects, the sigh of wind through the trees. The silence was no longer absence, but presence woven into sound. Arun bowed deeply toward the temple towers, his palms pressed together. Not in worship, not in ritual, but in gratitude, for the night that had guided him, for the silence that had carried him, for the dawn that now rose to meet him. He stepped once more onto the bridge, walking slowly back toward the central towers. The Naga guardians seemed brighter now, their stone scales gleaming in the sun. Their bodies, once shadowed, now glistened with light, as though they too were awakening. Arun ran his hand along their forms, whispering a silent thank you. By the time he reached the terrace again, the temple was bathed in full dawn. The air shimmered with gold, the jungle alive with song. Yet within him, the silence of night remained, deep, steady, eternal. He smiled softly, knowing the journey was not complete, yet also knowing there was nothing more to seek. The silence he had walked through the night to find had been within him all along. The temple had only reminded him, gently and patiently, how to listen. And so he stood bathed in morning light, the guardian's heartbeat still steady within him, the stars dissolved into his breath, the silence now an eternal companion. Chapter 11. The Doorway of Returning Breath. The golden hush of dawn lingered as Arun left the terrace once more, the glow of morning still fresh upon the towers. The temple seemed both awake and asleep, its stones drinking in the new light while holding close the memory of night. Arun's steps carried him into another corridor, this one narrow and shaded, where the brightness dimmed again and the silence returned like a veil. The walls here were plain, unadorned, as if the builders had chosen to leave a pause in the long hymn of carvings. Arun welcomed it. His body still carried the fullness of stars and dawn, and the uncarved walls gave him space to breathe. Each step sounded soft, almost shy, upon the worn floor. The air smelled faintly of stone dust and morning dew. At the end of the corridor, a doorway opened into a smaller chamber. The shift in atmosphere was immediate, cooler, dimmer, thick with an intimacy the larger halls did not hold. The chamber was square, its ceiling low, its walls carved not with dances or battles but with circles, spirals, and simple geometric patterns. The shapes were not elaborate, yet their repetition carried a rhythm, like breath rising and falling. In the center of the chamber stood a single stone bench, plain and wide, as though waiting for one who sought only to sit and remember. Arun moved toward it and lowered himself onto the cool surface. He sat cross-legged, his hands resting loosely upon his knees. The silence here was different again. It was not the humming echo of the chamber of pillars, nor the whispering chorus of the courtyard. It was quieter still, as though the room itself had been designed for nothing more than breathing. Arun closed his eyes. His breath slowed, then deepened, falling into the rhythm suggested by the spirals carved into the walls. Inhale, full, rising, expansive. Exhale, soft, sinking, dissolving. The cycle repeated, each round gentler than the last, until his entire body seemed to move in harmony with the patterns etched in stone. Time stretched, thinned. The breath carried him deeper, and in that depth something began to shift. He felt a memory stir, not sharp or demanding, but soft, like a fragrance recalled in passing. He saw himself as a boy again, sitting by the river near his village. His grandmother had been with him, showing him how to follow the ripples of the current with his eyes until he forgot the world around him. "The river always returns," she had said. "Every ripple, no matter how far it wanders, comes home to stillness. So too with your breath. So too with your heart." The memory blended with the present. The stone chamber became the riverbank. The spirals upon the wall became ripples across water, and his breath became the gentle tide that always returned. Arun smiled faintly in the silence. He felt himself both boy and man, river and temple, breath and stone. As he sat, he noticed a sound, soft, almost imperceptible. It was not outside him, nor entirely within him. It was the sound of his breath as it touched the silence, a quiet merging that made the boundary between sound and stillness vanish. Each exhale did not end but melted into silence. Each inhale rose not from effort, but from silence itself. It was as if the temple were breathing with him, its stones expanding and contracting, its silence filling and emptying in perfect rhythm. For a long while he remained in this union. No thought intruded, no image demanded attention. Only the breath moved, a doorway opening and closing, leading him nowhere but always returning him home. At last, when he opened his eyes, the chamber glowed differently. A narrow slit in the wall allowed a shaft of morning light to fall across the spirals. The carvings caught the light and seemed to move, their patterns flowing like water. Arun rose slowly, stretching his limbs, and traced one of the spirals with his fingertip. It curved inward, then outward, never ending, never beginning, just as the breath had shown him. He bowed gently toward the wall, his forehead almost brushing the cool stone. It was not a gesture of worship, but of gratitude. Gratitude for the reminder that silence is never empty, but always full, carried on the breath that returns again and again. As he stepped back into the corridor, the air felt lighter, fresher. Each inhale now carried not only oxygen, but a softness, a quiet joy. The temple seemed to move with his breathing, its corridors expanding with each inhale, its stones settling with each exhale. The silence that had once surrounded him was now within him, flowing with every breath, returning always to its source. And so he walked on, deeper into the labyrinth, knowing that each doorway he crossed was not a passage into another space, but into another layer of himself. Chapter 11. The Doorway of Returning Breath. The golden hush of dawn lingered as Arun left the terrace once more, the glow of morning still fresh upon the towers. The temple seemed both awake and asleep, its stones drinking in the new light while holding close the memory of night. Arun's steps carried him into another corridor, this one narrow and shaded, where the brightness dimmed again, and the silence returned like a veil. The walls here were plain, unadorned, as if the builders had chosen to leave a pause in the long hymn of carvings. Arun welcomed it. His body still carried the fullness of stars and dawn, and the uncarved walls gave him space to breathe. Each step sounded soft, almost shy upon the worn floor. The air smelled faintly of stone dust and morning dew. At the end of the corridor, a doorway opened into a smaller chamber. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. Cooler, dimmer, thick with an intimacy the larger halls did not hold. The chamber was square, its ceiling low, its walls carved not with dances or battles, but with circles, spirals, and simple geometric patterns. The shapes were not elaborate, yet their repetition carried a rhythm, like breath rising and falling. In the center of the chamber stood a single stone bench, plain and wide, as though waiting for one who sought only to sit and remember. Arun moved toward it and lowered himself onto the cool surface. He sat cross-legged, his hands resting loosely upon his knees. The silence here was different again. It was not the humming echo of the chamber of pillars, nor the whispering chorus of the courtyard. It was quieter still, as though the room itself had been designed for nothing more than breathing. Arun closed his eyes. His breath slowed, then deepened, falling into the rhythm suggested by the spirals carved into the walls. Inhale, full, rising, expansive. Exhale, soft, sinking, dissolving. The cycle repeated, each round gentler than the last, until his entire body seemed to move in harmony with the patterns etched in stone. Time stretched, thinned. The breath carried him deeper, and in that depth, something began to shift. He felt a memory stir, not sharp or demanding, but soft, like a fragrance recalled in passing. He saw himself as a boy again, sitting by the river near his village. His grandmother had been with him, showing him how to follow the ripples of the current with his eyes, until he forgot the world around him. "The river always returns," she had said. "Every ripple, no matter how far it wanders, comes home to stillness. So too with your breath. So too with your heart." The memory blended with the present. The stone chamber became the river bank. The spirals upon the wall became ripples across water, and his breath became the gentle tide that always returned. Arun smiled faintly in the silence. He felt himself both boy and man, river and temple, breath and stone. As he sat, he noticed a sound, soft, almost imperceptible. It was not outside him, nor entirely within him. It was the sound of his breath as it touched the silence, a quiet merging that made the boundary between sound and stillness vanish. Each exhale did not end, but melted into silence. Each inhale rose not from effort, but from silence itself. It was as if the temple were breathing with him, its stones expanding and contracting, its silence filling and emptying in perfect rhythm. For a long while he remained in this union. No thought intruded, no image demanded attention. Only the breath moved, a doorway opening and closing, leading him nowhere but always returning him home. At last, when he opened his eyes, the chamber glowed differently. A narrow slit in the wall allowed a shaft of morning light to fall across the spirals. The carvings caught the light and seemed to move, their patterns flowing like water. Arun rose slowly, stretching his limbs, and traced one of the spirals with his fingertip. It curved inward, then outward, never ending, never beginning, just as the breath had shown him. He bowed gently toward the wall, his forehead almost brushing the cool stone. It was not a gesture of worship, but of gratitude. Gratitude for the reminder that silence is never empty, but always full, carried on the breath that returns again and again. As he stepped back into the corridor, the air felt lighter, fresher. Each inhale now carried not only oxygen, but a softness, a quiet joy. The temple seemed to move with his breathing, its corridors expanding with each inhale, its stones settling with each exhale. The silence that had once surrounded him was now within him, flowing with every breath, returning always to its source. And so he walked on, deeper into the labyrinth, knowing that each doorway he crossed was not a passage into another space, but into another layer of himself. Chapter 12. The Echo of the Lotus Bells. The corridor beyond the chamber of spirals was long and shadowed, its stone floor still cool, though dawn had already touched the towers above. Arun's breath moved easily, a rhythm carried from the spirals carved into the walls, each inhale and exhale flowing like the turning of an unseen wheel. The silence no longer felt like something he entered and left. It was now his constant companion, the quiet thread stitched into every step. The passage bent slightly, and with the turn came a sound. Soft, delicate, unexpected. It was faint at first, so faint that Arun thought it might have been the stir of a bird beyond the walls. But as he walked, it grew clearer, a high, bell-like tone that seemed to shimmer in the air and then dissolve into silence. He followed it, his heart quickening, though not with restlessness, only with wonder. The sound was not steady, but came in intervals, as though carried on a breeze. Each note hung for a breath, then faded, leaving behind a silence somehow brighter than before. The corridor widened at last into a tall chamber. Here, the walls opened upward, and shafts of daylight poured through narrow windows set high into the stone. The air shimmered with dust motes drifting in the light, and suspended from the ceiling were rows of bells. Small, delicate, each one shaped like a lotus. They hung by thin chains, motionless and yet alive with presence. Arun stepped forward slowly, his sandals whispering across the floor. The bells did not ring from touch or wind, yet as he moved deeper into the chamber, their tones began to stir again. A single note rang clear, high and pure, then faded. Another followed, softer, distant. The chamber filled with echoes not of his footsteps, but of the bells' voices, each one releasing a sound that was less like music and more like memory. He stopped beneath them and tilted his head back. The lotus bells swayed faintly, though no breeze stirred. Their petals caught the light, glowing like pale flames. Arun closed his eyes and listened. The tones rose and fell like the breath of the temple itself, each one carrying with it a weightless calm. In their sound he began to hear more than tones. He heard fragments of prayers whispered centuries ago, voices layered upon voices, carried forward in the resonance of metal. He heard laughter, faint but clear, of children running through courtyards long gone. He heard the low chant of monks, steady as a river. The bells did not replay the past. They held it, cradled it gently, and released it in notes that carried across time. Arun breathed deeply, and the sound entered him like air. His chest vibrated faintly with each tone, his bones humming in response. He lifted his hands slightly, palms open, as though to receive. A note rose, clearer than the rest, and in its echo he felt a stillness so complete that for a moment he forgot where he was. He was no longer in a chamber of stone and bells, but floating in a vast expanse of light, where every sound was a petal falling into silence. Tears pricked at his eyes. He let them fall freely, not as sorrow but as release, as though the bells were dissolving something heavy he had carried without knowing. Each tear was met with another note, as if the bells themselves were answering, softening his heart further, guiding him deeper into quiet. When he opened his eyes again, the bells above swayed gently. Light streamed around them, catching their edges, turning them into lanterns of silver and gold. Arun bowed his head slightly, his palms pressed together at his chest. "Thank you," he whispered, though the words were barely sound. The chamber seemed to listen. A final note rang, faint and tender, like the fading song of a bird. Then silence returned, vast and unbroken. Arun turned toward the far end of the chamber, where another doorway opened into shadow. He walked with care, his body still resonant with the tones of the bells. Each step felt like an echo, as though the bells had left their song within him, and it would now move with him wherever he went. At the threshold he paused and looked back. The bells hung still once more, their lotus forms glowing faintly in the morning light. They did not need to move. Their silence was enough. Arun bowed again, this time deeper, before stepping into the shadowed corridor. The air beyond was cool, the light dim, yet the sound of the bells lingered, not in the air but in his chest, each breath carrying their echo. The silence here was no longer empty, it was alive, filled with the memory of tones that shimmered just beneath hearing. Arun walked on, his body lighter, his mind unburdened. He knew now that the temple was not teaching him through words or images, but through silence woven with sound. Whispers, hums, murmurs, tones. Each had been a doorway, and each doorway led not outward but inward, into the stillness already waiting within him. And so he moved deeper into the labyrinth, the lotus bells still ringing softly in the chambers of his heart, guiding him onward with every step. Chapter 13. The Pool of Forgotten Skies. The corridor beyond the chamber of lotus bells curved downward, as though leading Arun into the belly of the temple. The air grew cooler with each step, and the light dimmed until only a faint blue glow followed him, seeping in through narrow cracks in the stone. His body moved with ease, though his mind had quieted almost completely. He no longer searched for meaning in the temple's chambers. He trusted the silence to guide him where it wished. At last, the passage opened into a wide subterranean hall. The air was damp, carrying the scent of moss and still water. The ceiling was low, the walls plain, but in the center stretched a pool, broad and still, its surface dark as obsidian. Small shafts of daylight entered from openings above, falling in pale beams that struck the water and reflected upward onto the ceiling, where wavering light danced like silent fire. Arun stepped to the edge of the pool and gazed into its surface. At first he saw only his reflection, dim and trembling, framed by the faint outline of the ceiling beams. But as his eyes adjusted, the reflection shifted. Stars appeared, scattered across the water as though the pool held a sky of its own. They were not the stars above, already faded in the light of morning, but older stars, long gone, forgotten skies preserved in liquid memory. His breath caught. He crouched at the edge, leaning closer, watching the constellations shimmer in the depths. They were unfamiliar and yet strangely intimate, as though his bones remembered them, even if his eyes did not. He reached out a hand and touched the surface. The stars rippled, their light scattering, reforming, dissolving. The touch sent a quiet thrill through his body, not of fear, but of recognition. He was not gazing into another sky, but into a mirror of the silence within himself. He lowered himself to sit at the water's edge, legs folded beneath him. The coolness of the stone seeped into his skin, grounding him. His gaze softened upon the pool, and soon he felt the same shift that had come in the Chamber of Echoes, the same loosening of boundaries. The water was no longer separate. Its silence was his silence. Its sky was his sky. Memories began to rise, not in words or images, but in textures, sensations. He felt the weight of his childhood blanket, the warmth of his grandmother's hand on his shoulder, the stillness of evenings by the river. He felt the ache of loss, too, the weight of questions never answered, the silent prayers he had whispered into the night. Each memory was like a star in the pool, bright for a moment, then dissolving into water, leaving only stillness behind. Arun closed his eyes and listened. The silence of the pool was deeper than any he had known. It was not the silence of sound, nor even the silence of breath, but a silence that carried eternity. He felt himself floating upon it, as though he had laid his body down upon the water without fear of sinking. The silence held him, and in its holding he remembered that nothing was ever truly lost. Every sound, every breath, every life dissolved back into this vast stillness, the pool of forgotten skies. When he opened his eyes again, the stars in the water shimmered faintly, though the beams of light above had grown brighter. Morning was rising, and yet the pool held its own time, unmoved by dawn or day. Arun leaned forward once more, gazing into its depths. He felt as though he could fall endlessly into that sky, yet he did not move. The falling was already happening inside him, each breath a descent into stillness, each silence an endless return. After a time that could have been minutes or centuries, Arun rose to his feet. He bowed toward the pool, his palms pressed gently together. The reflection trembled with the gesture, and for a moment he saw his own image dissolve into starlight. He smiled softly, carrying the vision with him as he turned toward the far passage. The corridor that led out was narrow and steep, its steps damp with moss. As Arun ascended, the silence of the pool remained within him, not as sound or vision, but as a deep assurance that even the forgotten skies, the unseen moments, the voices dissolved by time, were not lost. They lived within the silence, waiting patiently, held forever in the depths. And so he climbed, the silence of the pool rising with him, as steady and eternal as the breath moving gently in his chest. Chapter 14, The Rain Listening Gallery. The passage climbed from the cool of the subterranean hall and opened into a narrow cloister where morning had fully arrived but moved with a hush, as though even daylight had learned to walk softly among these stones. The air was mild and bright, the sky pale as silk above the broken line of towers, and the first warmth of the day lay across the flagstones like a folded shawl. Arun stepped into it and paused. Dust motes drifted in slanting light. A frangipani tree leaned over the parapet, its leaves glossy, its white flowers cupped like quiet hands. Somewhere not far away, a dove released a soft-throated coo, and the sound seemed to land on the stones and rest there without need to travel on. He moved along the cloister with an ease that felt borrowed from the temple itself. Columns stood at regular intervals, each one wearing a slow river of shadow on its eastern side. Between them, the balustrade opened to the moat and the dark fringe of trees beyond. It would grow hot later, he knew, when the wide stone gathered noon into itself. But now the air was gentle, cool in the shade and warm where the sun fell, the alternation like breath, shade in, light out, stitched from pillar to pillar. He let his fingertips graze the inner wall as he walked. The carvings here were quieter, garlands of lotus, a simple border like braided straw, the faint ghost of a figure whose face had been smoothed by centuries of attention. He did not try to imagine the features that had once been there. The absence felt complete in its own way, the way a paused note completes a melody. From the west, a new sound rose, almost too soft to name at first, a fine, steady hiss, rain approaching. Not a storm, not a drumming downpour, but a thin, silken shower pouring from a sky that still looked nearly clear. Arun stepped to the balustrade and saw it coming across the moat in a subtle darkening of the water's skin, the way a hand's shadow passes over a page. A faint breeze moved ahead of it, carrying a thread of coolness and the smell of green things. Then the first drops arrived in the cloister, a light patter on the coping stones, an almost musical tapping along the rail. The jasmine in the court below brightened as if relieved to be seen. He withdrew a pace into the deeper shade and leaned his shoulder against a column. The shower thickened, not fierce, simply generous. The moat mottled with circles that overlapped and dissolved. Lotus leaves stippled with bright points, their edges lifting to shake off the weight and then settling again. On the far wall, rain drew tiny clear threads down the bas-relief, finding the cuts the carver had made long ago, and the threads ran along those lines as if remembering the hands that had coaxed forms from stone. The apsaras near the corner seemed briefly to move, the water catching in wrists and anklets, tracing the curve of a foot, pooling in the hollow of a palm before falling in bright beads. Arun watched, unblinking, and felt the same quiet he had known beside the subterranean pool return, to gather itself in his chest, deep and soft. The sound of the rain became a field of attention in which every other sound could rest. A gecko clicked once, dry and bright, and then again, farther along the wall. A leaf surrendered a drop with a single low note to the flagstone below. Somewhere a small bell, or the idea of a bell, rang so faintly that he could not tell whether it had rung at all, or whether the mind, remembering the lotus bells, had let the rain sing them into being. The shower wove the world with 1,000 small threads, and nothing snagged. Every thread slipped into place. It felt like a blessing he had not known to ask for. The night had thinned him into listening. The morning had warmed that listening into breath. And now the rain smoothed the last coarse fibers left in him. He stood with his back to the column and let his eyes soften until the whole cloister gathered into a single moving surface. The glimmering fall beyond, the dim relief within, the thin silver of drops catching light in the tiny space between. He could feel the cool through the column on his shoulder, the way stone drinks weather. He laid his palm upon it and imagined the long memory inside. Dry seasons rattling the leaves until they sang like paper. Monsoon afternoons when the gutters overflowed and the courtyards became brief, shining lakes. The delicate winter mornings when mist laced the galleries, and even footsteps were reluctant to declare themselves. A story surfaced with the rain, one told by the elder in his village, who spoke of the Naga not as a fearsome creature but as the keeper of waters, the long, patient body of rain itself, drawing over land and returning under it, keeping even the sleeping roots from thirst. When the Naga turns, the elder would say, the sky loosens its knots. The rain, moving this way now over towers and fronds and the sheer face of stone, felt like the loosening of such knots, not in the sky alone, but in him. Small bindings untied without tugging, threads allowed to lie smooth once more. He stepped from the column and drifted along the gallery, slow enough that each footfall found an untroubled place to land. At one opening, rain blew a little inward, and dust made a darkened pigment on the floor, drawing the faint outline of a leaf that must have rested there some hour before. He crouched and traced the shape without touching it. A negative leaf, a memory of leaf made by water. Above, a seam in the roof released a thin, steady trickle into a stone basin, set far below in the court. The drop's path had been worn, smoothed, polished by hundreds of seasons, and it slid through air into water with a sound like a single hair drawn across a string. Geckos had come closer to the margins of the light, their bellies pale, their toes splayed like tiny flowers on the wall. One paused above a carving as if reading it, then angled its head and slipped away, leaving no sound. A dragonfly, surprised by the weather, chose a dry bracket under the eave and held there with wings low and still. Even the ants along the coping slowed their bright errand and tucked themselves into the cracks where the rain could not find them. The whole temple seemed to show him its way of weathering, not refusal, not endurance alone, but a kind of receiving that changed nothing's nature and changed everything's feel. He closed his eyes to listen again without sight. The rain swelled, then gentled. The breath did the same. The pattern of drops on stone took on the gentle periodicity of a chant. No syllables, no marked beginning or end. A faint warmth gathered in his sternum and radiated outward, not heat but the sense of weight settling in its proper place. He thought of the guardian's hall and the slow drum that had found his heart. He thought of the spirals on the walls and the breath returning without being asked. He thought of the lotus bells and the music that could ring inside silence without being struck. Standing here, he felt those teachings braided together by weather, a garland of moments made seamless by water. When he opened his eyes again, the shower had already begun to pass. The hiss thinned to 1,000 soft clicks. The clicks thinned to a lacework of drips. The lacework dissolved. The moat smoothed itself and forgot the circles. The lotus leaves shook once more, then lay completely still. Sun returned to the balustrade in narrow ladders. From the drenched frangipani a last full drop gathered, quivered and let go, falling into a waiting cup of blossom with a sound so light that the ear had to lean forward inside the skull to receive it. The scent changed as the warmth returned, wet stone giving way to wet earth, and then the brief sharp green that comes when leaves steam softly in sun. The gecko clicked, closer now, the sound a little moment of clarity in the wider hush. Beyond the trees a single drum sounded, not ceremonial, just a village rhythm testing the skin of afternoon. It did not call him away, nor anchor him to the spot. It was like seeing an old friend at a distance who lifts a hand and goes on. Arun stepped into the light and let it find his damp sleeve. The fabric warmed at once, and the warmth entered his arm as if the cloth were a wick drawing the sun in. He raised his hand and watched a droplet roll from wrist to palm, then sink into the skin's small lines and vanish. No boundary, only passing from one form of softness into another. He laughed once, quietly, and the laugh made a brief bright place in the air that closed without seam when it was gone. He walked the length of the gallery now, and the stones beneath his feet, rinsed clean, released a faint mineral sweetness that he tasted at the back of his tongue. The Apsara whose face-time had smoothed wore, for this hour only, a veil of drying water, and the veil made her look as if she had just come in from weather, as if stone itself had stepped briefly into the world's gentleness and returned wiser for it. He placed 2 fingers against the panel beside her and bowed, not as a ritual, simply because the body sometimes knows a courtesy the mind has not learned to name. At the far end of the cloister, shallow steps descended into a small court he had not yet seen. It held nothing but a square of stone with a single drain at its center and, set into the wall beyond, a niche with no image inside. The niche's empty back glowed with a color the rain had awakened, lichen that had drunk well and brightened, so that the absence looked offered rather than lacking. He stood before it and felt the body grow very quiet. In the night he had learned how silence can feel like fullness. Here, in the day washed clean, he felt how emptiness can feel like welcome. He did not ask it to hold anything for him. He allowed it to hold him as he was. A line rose unbidden, not as words, but as the shape words sometimes leave behind. The temple does not fill you, it gives you room. He breathed, and the court breathed, and the world beyond the walls went on, leaf by leaf, step by step, cloud by loosening cloud. He did not think of leaving. He did not think of staying. He stood until the quiet was not a thing he stood in, but the way standing happened at all. When he turned away at last, the stones were already dry in places where the sun had been more direct, and they carried delicate outlines of the rain's brief writing, little fronds and fans where drops had met dust, and drawn a script that would vanish by noon. He memorized nothing and remembered everything. The script would be written again, in another hour, another season, on another day when the Naga turned and the sky loosened. He felt no need to save the moment. The moment had already saved itself by being itself. He climbed from the small court back to the gallery and looked once more over the moat. A dragonfly left its bracket and stitched the air with a straight, shining line. The towers, newly washed, held the light with a softness like human skin. Far off, a thin column of kitchen smoke rose from beyond the trees, and the smell that came with it, rice beginning its long, small transformation, made his stomach answer in a way that felt almost like laughter. He pressed his palm lightly to the column as he passed it, as if to tell the stone he would be back, though both he and the stone knew that departure and return were not separate things. And so he moved on from the rain-listening gallery, carrying its rinsed quiet in the easy weight of his limbs. The temple opened another corridor, and then another. the day unspooling with the sure patience of a thread wound by hands that never hurry. The silence in him had learned a new language, the sound of water on stone, the way a drop can teach a wall to sing without leaving a mark. He walked as if he were that drop, falling where he must, shining briefly in transit, and then entering without resistance the larger body he had never truly left. Chapter 15. The courtyard of endless steps. The rain-washed air clung gently to Arun's skin as he moved from the cloister into another passage. The corridor rose on a slight incline, and though the stone was worn smooth by centuries of feet, it carried him forward with the steadiness of a riverbed. His breath had become effortless, as if his body had remembered how to breathe without his mind needing to guide it. He walked in silence, the rain-listening gallery still echoing within him, each step like a drop falling into still water. The temple seemed to hold him with invisible hands, nudging him forward without force, carrying him toward something unseen but inevitable. After some time, the passage opened into an expansive courtyard. The sudden brightness startled him. The sky above was vast, washed clean by the rain, a soft blue stretching without seam. The courtyard itself was immense, paved with stone slabs that seemed to stretch forever. At its edges, stairways rose and descended in all directions, as though the courtyard had no boundaries but led always to another set of steps, another passage, another ascent or descent. Arun stood at the threshold and let his gaze travel. The stairways were endless. Some led upward to towers whose peaks brushed the sky. Others disappeared downward into shadow, swallowed by the temple's depths. The pattern repeated so often that it was impossible to tell where one path ended and another began. It was as though the courtyard itself was infinite, a labyrinth of stone and sky, each step leading only to another step without conclusion. He stepped forward slowly. His sandals pressed against the damp stone, leaving faint prints that vanished almost at once. The silence here was unlike any he had known in the temple. It was vast, like a mountain's silence, yet it was also intimate like a breath. He could hear his own footsteps echo, but the echoes did not fade. They seemed to multiply, carried forward into the endless stairways, repeating again and again as though countless versions of himself were walking alongside him. Arun paused at the base of one stairway. It rose steeply, its steps worn, its balustrades carved with nagas, whose bodies stretched upward like streams of stone. He placed a hand on the first step and felt the coolness seep into his skin. A memory stirred, his grandmother again, telling him of the stairways of life. Every step, she had said, is both ascent and descent. You climb and you descend. You go forward and you return. Do not look for the end, Arun. Walk, and you will find that every step carries home within it. He climbed slowly, his breath steady, his body unhurried. The stairway led upward, then downward, then sideways, opening into another level of the courtyard, where yet more stairways unfolded. It was as though the temple had become a living labyrinth, inviting him to wander, not to arrive, but to discover. At one landing, he found a carved panel depicting Apsaras dancing in a circle, their hands linked, their feet poised in mid-step. Their faces glowed faintly in the light, serene and joyful. Arun reached out and touched the carving. The stone was cool, yet the circle of dancers seemed warm, alive, as though their dance was not frozen but continuing invisibly, each movement echoing through time. He felt himself part of that circle, his own steps joining theirs, his own breath joining their rhythm. He moved on. Each stairway he climbed or descended carried him not farther or closer, but deeper into presence. He no longer tried to map the courtyard. Its endlessness was not something to solve, but something to surrender to. With each turn, each step, he let go a little more of his need to know where he was going. The courtyard was not leading him anywhere. It was leading him into himself. After what felt like hours or minutes, he could no longer tell. Arun reached a broad platform at the courtyard's heart. From here, he could see the stairways stretch in all directions, vanishing into light and shadow, upward and downward, forever. The sight should have overwhelmed him, but it did not. Instead, it filled him with peace. The endlessness was not a burden, it was freedom. He realized that the steps would never end, because there was nowhere to end. Every step was already complete. He lowered himself onto the stone platform and sat cross-legged. The silence wrapped around him, vast and tender. He closed his eyes and listened. His breath rose and fell, and in its rhythm he heard the stairways moving, carrying countless pilgrims, countless lives, all walking, all returning, all arriving at once. In the stillness, he felt the truth bloom quietly within him. There is no final step. The journey is not about reaching a summit, nor about escaping a labyrinth. It is about walking, walking with silence, walking with breath, walking with the temple that breathes through stone and sky alike. He opened his eyes. The stairways shimmered faintly in the light, their edges softened by distance, their patterns dissolving into one another. He smiled softly, bowing his head in gratitude, and then, with no urgency, he rose again. He placed one foot on the next step, then another. The courtyard of endless steps received him, and he walked on, not to arrive, not to depart, but simply to continue, each step already complete, each silence already whole. Chapter 16. The Temple That Breathes Within. The courtyard of endless steps dissolved behind Arun as he wandered onward, not searching, not climbing, not descending, simply allowing the temple to carry him as it wished. The corridors narrowed again, then opened, then narrowed once more, their patterns weaving like the ebb and flow of thought before sleep. His body moved without effort, each step lighter, as though gravity itself had grown gentle. The air had changed. It no longer carried the crisp coolness of night, or the damp fragrance of rain. It was warm now, soft, touched faintly with the sweetness of blossoms opening in morning light. The silence was still present, but it too had softened. No longer vast and echoing, it had become tender, like a blanket wrapped around the body, or the hush of a parent's hand smoothing a child's brow. Arun followed the silence until he reached a wide open court. Here the sky was unobstructed, its blue deepening toward noon, but the court itself was shaded by tall, graceful palms that swayed slowly in the breeze. At the center lay a pool of water, smaller than the subterranean one he had seen, yet perfectly still. Its surface reflected the palms and the sky, but more than that, it seemed to reflect something inside him, a stillness he had carried since the first step of his journey. He sat at the pool's edge. The stone was warm from the sun, and it soothed his legs as he folded them beneath him. He rested his hands upon his knees, closed his eyes, and breathed. The silence met him instantly. It was not the silence of bells, nor of echoes, nor of leaves or rain. It was a silence that held everything he had encountered, woven together like threads of one great fabric. The guardian's steady heartbeat, the spirals carved upon stone, the whispering courtyard, the murmuring leaves, the pool of forgotten skies, the rain's gentle chorus, the endless steps, all of it was here, alive within him. Arun felt his breath deepen. Each inhale was like a wave, rising to meet him. Each exhale was release, softening him further into the embrace of the moment. He no longer felt he was breathing alone. The pool, the palms, the sky, the temple itself, all were breathing with him. Each rise and fall of his chest was answered by the rustle of leaves, the shimmer of water, the warmth of stone. His grandmother's words returned once more, the words that had followed him through every chamber. If you walk slowly enough, the heavens will walk with you. And if you breathe deeply enough, silence itself will breathe through you. He understood now. The temple had not been guiding him outward, but inward, showing him that the peace he sought was not in the walls or the carvings or the chambers, but in the breath that had carried him all along. He smiled, eyes still closed, and allowed himself to drift further into stillness. His body felt lighter, softer, as though it were dissolving into the stone beneath him, into the air around him, into the silence that held him. He no longer needed to move. He no longer needed to seek. There was nothing to do, nothing to solve, and nothing to reach, only to rest. He felt the silence cradle him, the way the pool cradled the sky, holding everything without effort, without judgment. In that cradle, even his thoughts softened, loosening like threads untied by invisible hands. Worries faded. Memories quieted. The edges of his mind blurred until there was no boundary between himself and the world around him. The palms swayed. The pool shimmered. The temple breathed. And Arun rested fully and deeply, as though he had finally come home. The silence whispered, not with words, but with presence. You are safe. You are whole. You may rest now. Arun let the words dissolve into him, and with them he drifted further inward, into the quiet heart of stillness. The temple faded from view, the stars, the bells, the steps, all of it dissolved into one endless silence, and in that silence he slept.